set, frame set. I announce the arrival of Shri Sarbanand Sonowal ji, Honorable Minister of Ports, Shipping and Waterways, Government of India. Let us welcome him with a resounding of claps, ladies and gentlemen. Along with him, we have Shri Shantanu Thakur ji, Honorable Minister for Ports, Shipping and Waterways, Government of India. A very warm welcome to you. Srimati Pravita Parida ji, Deputy Chairman and Minister of Tourism, Government of Odisha. A hearty welcome to you, ma'am. Shri Vijay Kumar ji, Secretary, Ministry of Ports, Shipping and Waterways, Government of India. Welcome, sir. And Shri Mukesh Mangal, Joint Secretary, NMHC, Ministry of Ports, Shipping and Waterways, Government of India. Welcome to you as well. So very good morning, everybody. Good morning. It gives me, Manasi, immense delight in extending a hearty welcome to all of you, especially the Honorable Ministers seated on the dais, esteemed guests, distinguished dignitaries, invitees, delegates, all those present here for this extremely special event, the inauguration of Maritime Heritage Day during the India Maritime Week 2025 with the theme, India's Maritime Connections and Shared Civilizational Legacy. At the outset, Shri Mukesh Mangal, Joint Secretary, NHMC, will greet and welcome the esteemed dignitaries with bouquets of flowers, the traditional stone bead necklaces from Lothal and a memento. I request Shri Sarbanand Sonowal ji, Honorable Minister of Ports, Shipping and Waterways, Government of India, to kindly accept this as a token of respect and love. After the bouquet of flowers, we have this memento and a very special traditional stone beaded necklace in the Lothal style. I will now request Shri Shantanu Thakur ji, Honorable Minister of State for Ports, Shipping and Waterways, Government of India, to kindly accept this as a token of appreciation and gratitude. Srimati Pravita Parida ji, Deputy Chief Minister and Minister of Tourism, Government of Odisha. And Shri Vijay Kumar, Secretary, Ministry of Ports, Shipping and Waterways, Government of India. Thank you. I now call upon Shri Vijay Kumar, Secretary, Ministry of Ports, Shipping and Waterways, Government of India, for the opening address. Sir.
Namaskar, our Honorable Union Minister, Shri Sarbanand Sonowal ji, our Honorable Minister of State, Shri Shantanu Thakur ji, Honorable Deputy Chief Minister Odisha, Srimati Parvati Parvida ji, respected dignitaries, international delegates, scholars from all over the world, and maritime professionals. It is a privilege to address you on this special occasion of Maritime Heritage Day, a celebration not only of India's past, but also of our collective future. Today's theme, India's maritime connections and shared civilizational legacy, invites us to look beyond borders and timelines. It reminds us that maritime heritage is not confined to museums or monuments. It lives in our languages, our rituals, our coastal communities, and our shared knowledge systems. As a ministry, our role is not only to build infrastructure, but to build understanding. We are investing in institutions that will preserve, interpret, and disseminate maritime knowledge across disciplines and across generations. The National Maritime Heritage Complex at Lothal is one such institution which is being constructed, designed under the guidance of our Honorable Prime Minister, Shri Narendra Modi ji. It is designed not just as a visitor destination, but as a living archive, a place where archaeology meets innovation and where heritage informs policy. I would like to particularly mention the upcoming Maritime Research Institute within the complex. It will serve as a hub for interdisciplinary research, bringing together historians, oceanographers, technologists, and policy thinkers to explore the maritime domain in all its dimensions. Today's panel discussions, featuring experts from India, Portugal, Thailand, Indonesia, Egypt, Sri Lanka, and Korea, they reflect the spirit of collaboration that defines maritime history. These are not just academic exchanges, they are also acts of cultural diplomacy. On this occasion, by unveiling the NMHC logo, releasing the NMHC research report and coffee table book, we mark important milestones in our collective efforts to preserve, promote, and present India's maritime legacy to the world. As we move forward, let us remember that maritime heritage is not just about what we inherit. It's also about what we choose to preserve, share, and evolve. I thank all the participants and organizers for making this day a meaningful step in that journey. Thank you. Jai Hind.
Thank you, sir, for the initial remarks and also for setting the tone and context of this session. Time now, ladies and gentlemen, for the digital unveiling of the NMHC logo with the press of a button. I request Shri Sarbanand Sonowal ji, Honorable Minister of Port, Shipping and Waterways, Government of India, to kindly do us the honors. This will be followed by a video.
It began where land met the sea, at Lothal, where India's story set sail. That spirit returns today, unveiling the emblem of the National Maritime Heritage Complex, the mighty bull, strength and spirit of Harappa, the origin of our seafaring legacy, from the celestial guides above to the flowing waterways below. A civilization of innovation and connection set sail. Circles of community, patterns of prosperity, echoing the unity of trade, culture and life. The Lothal boat, handcrafted by time, carrying India's stories, skills and soul across the oceans. Waves that whisper our timeless bond with the seas, vast, vibrant and alive. And modern typography, a vision that sails confidently toward the future. This logo is more than a design. It is a compass, guiding us through history, culture and innovation. On the Maritime Heritage Day, we are honoring the past and sailing towards the future.
An absolutely appropriate logo, and I'm sure you all will agree with me. And before releasing the NMHC research report, I take the opportunity to tell you that a Pan-India workshop was held in the month of March this year. This comprised participation of archaeologists, Indologists and historians. We will play a video first and then release the report, followed by a group picture. Video, please.
Where the ancient tides once carried dreams of trade and discovery, Lothal continues to whisper stories of a seafaring civilization that connected India to the world. Under the visionary leadership of Honorable Prime Minister Shri Narendra Modi, India is reviving this glorious legacy, and as a part of this grand vision, a seminar of scholars, researchers and historians was held on 21st March 2025, bringing together the finest minds from across India. Archaeologists, maritime historians, academicians and conservation experts shared insights, research and authentic reasoning, strengthening the intellectual foundation of the NMHC. From evidence-based interpretation to cultural storytelling, from architectural authenticity to educational engagement, every discussion echoed one shared purpose: to make Lothal not just a museum, but a living chronicle of India's maritime brilliance. Releasing the report on seminar conducted with subject matter experts for the development of National Maritime Heritage Complex, Lothal, Gujarat.
Time now to release the National Maritime Heritage Complex Research Report. Can I request all the dignitaries on the dais to kindly rise and come together for a group picture, please? Let us celebrate this moment with a thunderous round of applause, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you. And before we move to the release of the coffee table book, let me give you all a brief background. So, a two-day India Maritime Heritage Conclave was held in the month of December last year, that is 2024. The proceedings of this conclave are compiled in this coffee table book in a pictorial format. We will play a video first, which will be followed by the book release. AV, please.
Under the visionary guidance of Honorable Prime Minister Shri Narendra Modi, the India Maritime Heritage Conclave 2024 brought together over 1,000 experts, historians and policymakers from India and beyond. United by one mission to revive and celebrate our maritime glory. The conclave laid the intellectual foundation for the National Maritime Heritage Complex at Lothal. a world-class symbol of India's oceanic legacy. As we inaugurate Maritime Heritage Day during India Maritime Week 2025, the journey finds a new milestone with the launch of the coffee table book on India's maritime heritage. A tribute to India's eternal bond with the seas, capturing our past, inspiring our present, and guiding our future. It brings alive ancient ports, shipbuilding traditions, seafaring routes, and cultural exchanges that shaped our destiny. Through rare visuals, scholarly insights, and compelling narratives, it celebrates India's enduring bond with the seas. A bond that continues to guide our aspirations as a global maritime nation. India sails ahead, with heritage as our compass and knowledge as our anchor.
Could I request the Honorable Minister to kindly release this coffee table book? Moments to be treasured in the form of photographs and to be cherished for times to come. Let us put our hands together. Thank you. You may please take your seats. While I request Shri Shantanu Thakurji, Honorable Minister of State for Ports, Shipping and Waterways, Government of India, to address this august gathering.
Good morning, namaskar. On the dais, respected Sri Sarvananda Sonowalji, Ministry of Ports, Shipping, Waterways, respected Deputy CM of Odisha, Pravita Paridaji, respected Vijay Kumarji, Secretary Port Shipping Waterways, respected Mukesh Mangalji, Joint Secretary Port Shipping Waterways, and dignitaries, esteemed delegates, scholars, and friends of maritime heritage. Thank you very much. It is an honor to be here today for the inauguration of the Maritime Heritage Day, a cornerstone of the Indian Maritime Week 2025. As rightly stated by our Honorable Prime Minister Shri Narendra Modi ji, Lothal is a proud symbol of India's maritime brilliance and ancient trading capabilities, and the museum will be a global hub for learning and appreciating our rich seafaring heritage. The proposed heritage complex in Lothal is being built in such a way that even common people of India can easily understand its history and could serve as an international benchmark. India's maritime history dates back thousands of years, with the Indian Ocean serving as a vital link for trade, culture, and ideas. From the ancient ports of Lothal and Mujiris to boasting modern harbors like Mumbai and Chennai, our nation has always been at the crossroad of global maritime activity. Under the leadership of Honorable Prime Minister Shri Narendra Modi ji and the guidance of our Honorable Minister Shri Sarvananda Sonowal ji, the Ministry is committed to preserving and promoting the legacy. This conclave is a great platform for experts, historians, and policymakers to come together, exchange ideas, and deep our understanding of this Indian position in global maritime history. I am confident that the discussions in this conclave will contribute to both preserving our maritime heritage and shaping a prosperous future for our maritime sector. In conclusion, let us reaffirm our collective responsibility to safeguard and promote India's maritime legacy. Together, we will ensure that India remains a leading force in this global maritime community. I wish all the participants great success in these deliberations and look forward to the insightful session ahead. Thank you very much. Jai Hind.
Thank you for sharing your thoughts with us and your valuable insights. I now invite Shri Sarbanand Sonowal ji, Honorable Minister of Ports, Shipping and Waterways, Government of India, for the inaugural address of the All right. Before the inaugural address, could I request Srimati Pravita Paridaji, Honorable Deputy CM and Minister of Tourism, Government of Odisha, to kindly address the audience.
Namaskar, Jai Jagannath. Shri Sarvanand Sonowal, Honorable Union Minister of Ports, Shipping and Waterways, Shri Santanu Thakur ji, Honorable Minister of State for Ports, Shipping and Waterways, Shri Vijay Kumar, Secretary, Ministry of Ports, Shipping and Waterways, Mukesh ji, Joint Secretary, Ports, Shipping and Waterways, T.K. Ramachandran, moderator of this program. Friends, it is both an honor and a pleasure to stand before you today at this significant gathering dedicated to exploring India's maritime heritage, a subject that resonates deeply with the spirit and soul of Odisha. When we speak of our maritime past, we are not merely recalling history. We are reconnecting with a civilizational journey that shaped identities, built bridges, and transcended borders. Over 2 million ago, the brave seafarers of ancient Kalinga set sail not to conquer, but to connect. They forged bonds across oceans, carrying with them not just goods, but goodwills. I think you must see our participation. Yesterday, Honorable Chief Minister of Odisha was present here, and today I, as the Tourism Minister of the state and participating here, I must thank to the Port Shipping Ministry for calling and giving a scope to Odisha to participate in this session. Friends, the dignitaries, distinguished dignitaries, respected guests, members of maritime fraternity, historians, cultural enthusiasts, and media friends, those who are present here, I congratulate them to participate in this historic maritime heritage connection. Friends, it gives me remembering a legacy that continues to inspire our identity, our culture, and our tourism. Odisha, the ancient land of Kalinga, has been known for centuries as a land of brave sailors, skillful traders, and cultural ambassadors. Our ancestors and sadhavas set sail in their beautifully crafted voyages from ports like Tamralipta, Manikpatna, Palur, and Silka long before modern ships were ever imagined. Their journey connected Odisha to distant lands like Sri Lanka, Java, Sumatra, Bali, Thailand, and Myanmar, spreading not just trade, prosperity, but also the message of peace, art, and spirituality. Though their voyages, Buddhism, Jagannath culture, and Odishan craftsmanship found their way to Southeast Asia, leaving an imprint that can still be seen in temples, festivals, and languages across the region. Our festivals reflect this proved history. Every year during Kartik Purnima, Odia people across the state celebrates Boit Bandhan, setting afloat small boats in rivers and ponds to honor the courage and vision of our ancient sailors. And in Kotak, the Grand Balijatra transforms the banks of the Mahanadi into a sea of memories and celebrations. This festival is not just a fair, it is a symbol of Odisha's maritime soul, connecting generations and reminding us of our deep connection with the ocean. As the tourism minister, I take immense pride in saying that Odisha's maritime heritage is one of our greatest treasures, a bridge between heritage, culture, and tourism. Our government is taking focused steps to promote maritime heritage, tourism through development of heritage circuits, cruise linking Bhubaneswar, Puri, Chilka, and Cuttack, conservation of ancient port sites like Manikpatna and Palur, upgradation of the Odisha Maritime Museum in Cuttack, promotion of Balijatra as a global cultural event, that the strength of Odisha Maritime Museum. We are also working to promote cruise tourism, water sports, and fisheries-based tourism, bringing livelihood opportunity to coastal communities while preserving their heritage. We are also exploring coastal ecotourism, river cruise, and beach tourism along the Golden Coastline from Talsari to Gopalpur to bring travelers closer to our natural and cultural beauty. Friends, our ancestors once ruled the waves. Today it is our responsibility to carry forward their spirit, not through conquest, but through culture, creativity, and sustainable tourism. Let us carry forward their legacy by making Odisha a global symbol of heritage, hospitality, and harmony. Odisha is emerging as a global destination, where ancient heritage meets modern hospitality. Our maritime story gives us a unique identity, one that we must proudly share with the world. Let us dream of an Odisha that once again stands as the gateway to the East, connecting nations through tourism, art and culture and friendship. As we celebrate this Maritime Week, let us remember that every wave that touches our shore carries a story of courage, trade, exploration, and faith. Let us honor the legacy of the Sadhavaj and let us sail forward together towards a future where India maritime heritage continues to shine on the global map. With reflecting our beloved Prime Minister's vision, in our Chief Minister's leadership, we are committed to ensure that every visitor who steps on our shore experience the story of Kalinga, a story written in courage, carved in stone, and sung by the sea. Before concluding, I invite all of you to visit Odisha and experience eco-retreat in Konark, Putsil, Bhitarkanika, Hirakud, Shonampur, and Daringbadi. A tent. Eco-retreat is a tent with all luxury and the five-star facilities in a sea beach. Requesting you to visit Balijatra and Konark Dance Festival in Odisha. Thanks for honorable ministers and ministry personnels of the ports, shipping and waterage for giving us a lot of scope, a port-led development in Sagarmala and giving us a scope to participate in this maritime heritage conclave. Thank you. Jai Jagannath. God bless you. And once again, I invite all of you to visit Odisha in the month of November to the month of March to see the sceneries, to explore the forest and enjoy the beauty and blessing of Lord Jagannath. Thank you all.
Thank you for your address on this significant occasion. Ladies and gentlemen, presenting Shri Sarbanand Sonowalji, Honorable Minister of Port Shipping and Waterways, Government of India, for the inaugural address of the Maritime Heritage Day.
Namaskar. Respected Srimati Prabhati Paridaji, Honorable Deputy Chief Minister, Government of Odisha, my colleague, Honorable Minister of State for Port Shipping and Waterways, Sri Thanchona Thakurji, respected Secretary, Ministry of Port Shipping Waterways, Vijay Kumarji, Joint Secretary, Mukesh Mangalji, officials from the ministry, guests, scholars, and maritime enthusiasts. It is my privilege to inaugurate the Maritime Heritage Day as part of India Maritime Week 2025. Today, we gather to celebrate a legacy that spans millennia, a legacy of courage, commerce, culture, and connectivity across the sea. The theme of today's celebration is India's maritime connection and shared civilization legacy, which reminds us that our maritime story is not just India's alone. It is a story of global exchange, mutual respect, and enduring partnership across continent. I am delighted that today's program includes keynote addresses by our state tourism ministers and two panel discussions featuring distinguished experts from India, Portugal, Thailand, Indonesia, Egypt, Sri Lanka, and Korea. Their insights will deepen our understanding of how maritime connection have fostered shared civilizational values and shaped global history. Under the visionary leadership of Honorable Prime Minister Shri Narendra Modi ji, we are building the National Maritime Heritage Complex at Lothal, Gujarat, a world-class tribute to our maritime legacy. I am sure that this complex will not just be an international tourist destination, but will also empower future generations to explore, innovate, and lead in maritime domains. I was delighted by unveiling the NMHC logo, releasing the NMHC research reports and coffee table book, which encapsulates the depth of scholarship, exploration, and documentation that underpin this grand vision. I will also take this opportunity to make a special announcement to our maritime fraternity that National Maritime Heritage Complex at Lothal, Gujarat is not just a government initiative. It is a national movement to revive, celebrate, and sustain India's glorious maritime past. While significant progress has been made, the journey ahead calls for collective commitment. Therefore, I appeal to the maritime industry, corporate leaders, philanthropic institutions to contribute generously through voluntary donation and CSR initiative towards the development of the remaining phases of NMHC. Your support will help us build a world-class cultural, educational destination that will inspire generations to come. I also extend a warm invitation to domestic and international investors to explore exciting opportunities within the NMHC ecosystem. We welcome investment in components such as eco-resort that blend sustainability with heritage tourism, Museotel, museum-themed hospitality experiences, theme park that brings maritime history to life, a living ancient heritage city that recreates the vibrancy of historic coastal settlement. These are not just projects. They are platform for innovation, storytelling, and global engagement. Together, we can make NMHC a beacon of India's maritime pride and a landmark on the world map. Again, let us use this platform to celebrate our past, strengthen our present collaboration, and chart a bold course for a future maritime excellence. I extend my heartfelt gratitude to all participants and organizers. May this day inspire us to sail forward with pride in our heritage and purpose in our vision. With these few words, I especially extend my thankfulness to the experts participating in both the Session 1, India's Maritime Connection, and Session 2, Shared Civilization. Experts from India and abroad. They will definitely contribute a meaningful dialogue in this particular session and also extend their wholehearted effort to make this particular journey a most meaningful one, and which will make the global unity strong and stronger tomorrow. With these few words, I conclude. Jai Hind!
Thank you for those words of wisdom, inspiring us to surge ahead. And let us now that, ladies and gentlemen, was a video explaining the NMHC donations portal. And with that, we conclude this inaugural session. I thank all the honorable ministers and dignitaries seated on the dais. We will quickly get into the next session, which will be a panel discussion. To kindly remain seated, just give us a couple of moments for a quick changeover. General, Archaeological Survey of India, Dr. A.S. Gaur, Maritime Archaeologist, ex-CSIR National Institute of Oceanography, Dr. Chaya Goswami, Head and Associate Professor, Center for Indian Ocean and Transoceanic Studies, Somaya School of Civilizational Studies, Somaya Vidyavihar University, Mumbai, Raghuji Raje Angre, Maritime Heritage Expert, Dr. Prashant Srivastava, Scientist G, Ministry of Earth Sciences, Dr. Venu Pant, Professor, Department of History, Sikkim University, India, Dr. K. Rajan, Professor, Department of History, Pondicherry University, India, Professor V. H. Sonavane, Retired Professor, Department of Archaeology and Ancient History, Faculty of Arts, the Maharaja Sayajirao University of Vadodara, India, and Commodore Dr. Shrikant Kesnur, VSM, Retired Indian Navy. Could I request all the panelists and our moderator to kindly take their seats on the dais? Let us welcome all the experts who are approaching the dais. So this is the India's Maritime Connections panel discussion, and our panelists, Dr. Y.S. Rawat, Director General, Archaeological Survey of India, Dr. A.S. Gaur, Maritime Archaeologist, ex-CSIR National Institute of Oceanography, Dr. Chaya Goswami, Head and Associate Professor, Center for Indian Ocean and Transoceanic Studies, Somaya School of Civilizational Studies, Somaya Vidyavihar University, Mumbai, Raghuji Raje Angre, Maritime Heritage Expert, Dr. Prashant Srivastava, Scientist G, Ministry of Earth Sciences, Dr. Venu Pant, Professor, Department of History, Sikkim University, India, Dr. K. Rajan, Professor, Department of History, Pondicherry University, Professor V. H. Sonavane, Retired Professor, Department of Archaeology and Ancient History, Faculty of Arts, the Maharaja Sayajirao University of Vadodara, and Commodore Dr. Shrikant Kesnur, VSM, Retired Indian Navy. With that, and with great pleasure, I will request Sri T.K. Ramchandran, former Secretary, Ministry of Port Shipping and Waterways, Government of India, to kindly take over as the moderator of this panel discussion. Over to you, Ramchandran ji.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, sir, you're audible.
Okay, namaskar. So I hope the session that is now proposed to be conducted will be of use to all of you. The speakers, we have 9 speakers here. And I will sum up at the end. But basic theme is that our shared maritime history, our maritime heritage, our legacy. And we have a legacy of more than 5,000 years, starting, as you know, from the Harappan civilization, the Indus Valley civilization, when our maritime connect with the rest of the world was pronounced. And there has been evidence of this in many places in West Asia and so on, Africa and so on. Now, taking this legacy further, we have then the Vedic civilization, then the period of the Mauryas and the Guptas, and later the Cholas, the Pallavas, and it continues. The Periplus of the Erythraean Sea lists about, in the 1st century AD, lists about 30 plus ports only in India, starting from Bari Gaza, which is the modern Brahukacha or the Bharuch, up to Tamralipti and Ganga. So we were a seafaring nation. India was a seafaring nation. And we supplied goods to the rest of the world. The GDP of this country was almost, along with China, almost more than 50-60% of the world's GDP in the 1st century AD. And we have the lament of Pliny the Elder in Rome, who said that India is draining away all our wealth. All the gold in the world is flowing towards India just to finance the luxuries of our rich. The rich in Rome, they bought a lot of stuff from India and they paid for it in gold. So the gold flowed from the west to India initially. Later on, it flowed from the east, the so-called Swarna Dvipa, the Java, Sumatra islands and so on. So there was a lot of trade. And India at that point of time was at the center of the world. And it could not have been the center of the world unless it was a seafaring nation. And unless a lot of trade happened with India as a focal point. And therefore, the maritime history of India goes back to several millennia. And we have with us many, many distinguished people. The list was just read out, who will speak to you about various aspects of this legacy. And this legacy, like the Honorable Prime Minister is very fond of pointing out, is not just about maritime connections. It's not just about, and I find a lot of young seafarers here, cadets. It is important for you to also understand this seafaring nature of our country. We could not be a seafaring nation without also exporting and importing cultures from the rest of the world. So we exported a lot of things, we imported a lot of things. And on the maritime backbone, so to say, a lot of things were exported. And that is not just religion. For instance, Buddhism. How did Buddhism travel to Southeast Asia, China, Korea, Japan? How did it travel? It traveled on the sea route, and of course the land route also. Fa Hian has, recounted how he used the sea route and went from here to China, or came from China and went back, and so on. Therefore, religion, philosophies, languages, scripts, metallurgy, mathematics, the concept of zero went from India to Arabia, and from there it went to the West as late as the 11th, 12th centuries. The Fibonacci sequence, we called it the Meru Prastara, so Pingala's Meru Prastara. Similarly, the Shulba Sutras of the Vedic age, they told us how to do the Vedic altars, and they gave us the formula for the right angle triangle. So what we call the Pythagoras theorem was actually discovered much earlier in India. Therefore, a lot of facets which traveled along the maritime route, it is important that we understand them, and it is important that we appreciate them, know about them, become aware of them. And therefore, this Heritage Day is very important. Last year we did it, we called it the Sagara Sangamam. And I think that was a very appropriate name. This year, I think we should have continued with that name. Nevertheless, I think it is important that the young especially appreciate, understand this legacy. Many of us are not aware, and therefore, I think a panel like this will be of great importance. I'll request, since we have 9 panelists, and you're all talking about different facets, each of you can take about 5 minutes or 2 to 3 minutes to present your initial thoughts, and later on, if there are some questions, we can take them. So come up with your initial 2-3 points, not more than that. Thank you so much. We can start from the left. I'm not going by any specific, because there aren't any printed names put up here. So I'll request from the left, can we start? Yeah. Yeah, can you just pass the mic, please? Yeah.
Thank you so much, sir, for making me the opening batsman for this important session which we are having today. Myself, Dr. Prashant Srivastav, I represent the Ministry of Earth Sciences and look after the Ocean Sciences Division of the Ministry and also the blue economy aspects. Coming to this theme for today's discussion, which is on maritime heritage, I would say the maritime heritage, in my opinion, or in the opinion of all of us here, is not just connections, but a very deep and connected engagement with the oceans, which have happened for millennia in India. This is not only reflected in our culture and our seafaring traditions, as has been pointed out, but there are very tangible and intangible aspects to this maritime heritage connection. Tangibly, we can say that it is primarily in the form of ports or coastal cities or even ancient shipbuilding traditions. But intangible aspects could also be reflected in the form of your navigational techniques, which have been used by ancient seafarers, even the study of the monsoonal winds and how the tradition has been used for navigating these vast oceans and connecting Indian mainland and the islands to different parts of the globe. This intangible knowledge base is very inherent part of the seafaring tradition. Coming to certain other aspects, when we talk about blue economy, as we are right now talking about blue economy is the cornerstone for India's development. Not only traditional sectors like fisheries, shipbuilding or tourism are engaged. We look at conservation of blue, sustainable blue economy as... It's not clear? No, I'm comfortable. That is way? That, okay. Okay.
Can the audience hear what is going on? Yeah.
That's clear.
Can you, the monitors are not very clear perhaps? Okay. But when I speak, are you able to hear? I think you can go to the podium.
Sir,
please go to the podium.
No problem. No problem. Continuing from where I my thoughts were primarily with regard to the intangible aspects of the maritime tradition, which we have gained from our seafarers' ancestors. We look at the blue economic aspects where sustainability is one of the key components of blue economy. And in ancient times, though there was no structured formulation for sustainability, but we see the religious aspects where, and also some royal decrees where it has been mentioned very clearly that you need to preserve and conserve the marine mammals, animals, and religious texts where we worship the ancient gods from the rivers and the oceans, and Varuna, as we all know, is considered as the gods of the ocean and the seas. Specifically, if we ask certain other aspects, we have in our department, one of our sister organizations, that is the National Institute of Oceanography, was pioneering the research in marine archaeology. We have experts from here who have worked on the ancient traditions of Dwarka, Bhet Dwarka, Somnath, Pompuhar, etc., and developed technologies where we are looking at the multi-beam sonars, we are looking at sub-bottom profilers, and we are looking at new technologies of AUVs, underwater photography, which is being developed in our institute at National Institute of Ocean Technology, which will further enhance maritime discovery in this field. The other areas which are also aspects which we consider in ancient traditions and connections, not only culturally and traditionally, but also with regard to the aspects of navigation, as I had mentioned, and also shipbuilding. So those areas which connected us not only to our hinterland, but also areas where we connected to the global east and the west. The areas where now we are focusing on are marine biotechnology as well as areas of renewable ocean energy. So these were not so much connectivities aspects, but were aspects which are now connected to the blue economy. And I would initially close my remarks here and look forward to further questions. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Srivastav. Now I'll request, now I have the list with me, so I will request Dr. Y.S. Rawat, DG ASI, to, yeah.
Honorable Moderator, sir, distinguished scholar, and all the friends present here, I think one point is that we were very advanced in maritime technology. Indians are known for seafaring, and I think most of you must be aware, actually, Vasco da Gama was led by one of the Malam from Kerala coast to, from the African coast to Kerala. But unfortunately, we never kept records. We were actually imparting knowledge or sharing knowledge to our successor orally. That actually came to know in 2010 when there was a workshop in Mandvi. We met so many experts from different countries, from Navy of the Australia, UK, and many advanced countries. They have got very good archival record. They have got the equipments and the categories, several categories of equipments, how the development took place. But at the same time, we had very old Malams in Mandvi, who actually were the sailor throughout their lifetime. And they were much knowledgeable than the modern sailors, because their knowledge was in their mind. But we never kept the record, we never saved those archives. That's why we have got very less knowledge of how Indians were actually sailing across the world in the past. we have got the Pothis, they are keeping record of the items of business, but not the how they were gauging the stars, what are the actually the routes, how many days it was taking. There are those records were not there. That's why archaeology came in, and I think the seeds of this museum, the Lothal National Maritime Heritage Complex at Lothal, were shown by the archaeological excavation at Lothal in 1955. Subsequently, many sites like Kuntasi and recently Dholavira, all in Gujarat, in Saurashtra and Kutch, brought to light similar such ports who were the center of trade during the Harappan time, that is, you can say 5,000 years ago. And as you know, or you may be aware that the Harappan were trading in the Persian Gulf countries with Oman, Bahrain, Mesopotamia, and there were a chain of port in Gujarat during that time, particularly in Kutch region. Kutch was an island, Saurashtra was also an island. You read the geological history of that region, so then you will know clear-cut the Gulf of Kutch and the Ran of Kutch. They were as the Gulf Creek to the Arabian Sea. And this is proved by the later evidence during the historical period when Periplus of the Erythraean Sea clear-cut gives record of the run of the Kutch and Gulf of Kutch, how that there is a route from the Lakhpat, that is the westernmost port of the Gujarat, that was in 18th century. You can go to the north, then east, then south, and come out to west at Dwarika. So you can actually just move around the Kutch through the Ran and the Gulf of Kutch. And in historical time, there was that route which recently one of the scholars has written, the Golden Road, based on the spices route of the India, which is actually connecting the Egypt, the site at Berenike on the Red Sea, and Mujris in Kerala. So there were several ports along the west coast of India, and along with these ports, there were land ports also. And I have worked in the Barnagar in northern Gujarat, which was known as the Asthal Pattan, means land port during the early medieval time. It means there were actually in the Lothal we have found a dockyard, a warehouse. So these Asthal Pattan were serving as a warehouse for the major port of that time, and Barnagar served as the warehouse, or you can say the trading center, or keeping the material for further export to the North India and the Sindh region at Barnagar. It was well connected with the Bharuch and the Gulf of Cambay during the early historical and early medieval period. That's why we are getting so many material of the foreign origin, particularly the Mesopotamian region, like torpedo jar, that is a typical type of the storage vessel which was fitted into the base of the ship, and the shape has been found across the sites on the coast of the India and most of the historical period. And these have also been found in the Gulf of Kutch. Along with that, we find Roman ware, Roman coins, Indo-Greek coins, and so many things, all these areas. Now, this center, which is coming up at the Maritime Heritage Complex in Lothal, will help definitely to further this research in this field, and I hope in future we are going to bring more material for on the maritime activities of Indians across India and across other nations. And the government of India is also pursuing a project that is known as Project Mosam, and we want to find out Indian footprint in those countries and their footprint in India, so that we can propose some international sites in those countries for World Heritage purpose or a common heritage purpose. I think and hope in future further research will bring lot of the material on Indian maritime activities. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Rawat. I'll request the others to stick to around 4-5 minutes, just to make some points, specific points. Then can we have Dr. A.S. Gaur, maritime archaeologist? Yeah, please.
Thank you very much. At the outset, let me express my sincere thanks to organizer, especially Professor Sinde, for providing yet another opportunity to express my thought on this particular important occasion. You see, if we think what, just I will carry forward what point Dr. Rawat Sahab has mentioned, that three major civilizations grew on northern part of our Indian Ocean. And among them, if you calculate, Gujarat, Indus civilization was having the longest coastline. That is present Gujarat coast is having almost, you can say, 1500 or 1600. And if you put Little Run and Great Run of Kutch together as a part of Arabian Sea, then it goes almost to 3000 kilometers if you are calculating from Makran coast up to down. So you can understand the importance was given even during proto-historic time, and then many of us believe that prosperity of Harappan was to some extent contributed by the maritime activity during that particular time. One more, just I wanted to put things like as Honorable Ramchandran ji has mentioned that during Roman time, gold to India was coming like anything, then they had to put restriction on that one. And this was repeated sometime in 17th, 18th century when Ottoman Empire, which they were importing from India, especially cotton or Indian silk, and a lot of gold was draining out to the India, so they had to put a lot of restriction. On lighter note, now recent activity like India was getting a lot of profit from the black oil, that is black gold, that is oil. So now America is putting restrictions. So you can understand the kind of, when India is doing its own something, people are just getting threatened in that one. Actually, I am coming from CSIR, National Institute of Oceanography. Our work mostly was concentrated along the Gujarat coast. And Gujarat coast is actually blessed with two unique Gulf, that is Gulf of Kutch and Gulf of Khambat. Gulf of Khambat has, a lot of high tidal range. In fact, just hydrodynamic of that particular Gulf, if you calculate, that force, tide force, it goes to almost 8 to 10 nautical mile. So you can say before the introduction of engine, ship and all those things, that current was forcing this boat to enter into the, like your Bharuch or for instance Lothal and all. So you can understand the kind of concept was developed in the past, that how the natural forces they can use like wind and current. That is what we have seen. And one experiment I have made, that from Ghogha to Piram Island, I have traveled by the boat, and we really could understand the difficulties of navigation in that particular area. So I always imagine how really they were maneuvering, say 3,000 years before, or say 4,500 years before. So definitely we have to appreciate their contribution. And in fact, another important things which I wanted to share here, that Bet Dwarka we have worked a lot, and we have found continuous habitation. And if you look at the attraction, why people were attracted to Bet Dwarka Island, so that island facilitated a very safe harbor, and also there were a lot of availability of shells, and which were really great demand in the past, whether it was in the Gulf, Persian Gulf, or within the Indian domain. And besides this one, we have also worked a lot, especially in Dwarka, Mahabalipuram and Pumpuhar, which were affected, you can say, cyclone or tsunami, that kind of things. Now those sites are underwater. Now what I was suggesting, these sites really can be used as a underwater tourism purpose. And I think that is the one area which we have not yet used, which can be really effectively used. With these words, I will complete my thoughts here. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Dr. Gaur. Can I now request Dr. Chaya Goswami, Head Center for Indian Ocean and Transoceanic Studies, to speak and tell us about some of the work that she has done.
Good afternoon, everyone. Thank you for this wonderful opportunity. Indian Ocean is very vast and overwhelming, and my 20 years of research in just few minutes, definitely not enough, but I'll try myself to, restrict to those main key points which should be conveyed today on this August occasion, where we have to understand the idea of the Indian Ocean and India. So let's talk about the geography first. Being at the heart of the Indian Ocean, this I keep on repeating to my own students who are there, and centrally situated along the east-west naval routes, the Indian subcontinent has witnessed centuries of movements, so it's all about movements and the connections across the oceanic world, and its historical timeline have been very longish. This is what we have to understand, because we should not get somewhere scattered in our ideas and thought process to imagine the world without having any idea about the space and the temporal limits. So we talk about how we have evolved as far as the knowledge of seafaring and shipbuilding and also entrepreneurship. These things were happening parallel, And there is this entire compendium of Malamni Pothi. Dr. Rawat also just spoke about it. But to come to that, we have to also understand what was happening in the centuries in Common Era. I'm not talking about before Common Era because that would be too long to describe. So we'll talk about the Guptas. After the Guptas, what is happening? Now this is the time you all have to please pay attention to this fact that after the Guptas, we all know the decline story. The centralization was disintegrated, and at the west coast of India, the dynamics were changing. The dynamics were changing in the most violent way because we have the invasions of Hunas and the Mihiras, and the seafarers of the west coast got displaced. Now where did they go? So there is this idea of sea mobility. They headed towards the Gulf, the Arabian Gulf, Bahrain, and then they joined the Sasanians and the Noshirwans. That is, I am talking about towards Persia. Okay, so from Bahrain, that is the Gulf, Arabian Gulf, which is also known as the Persian Gulf, and then moving towards the Sasanians and the Noshirwans to join them in their campaigns. This itself says the agile and the agility of these seafarers. Who were they? You would not believe it, they were the Jats. The Jats were the element. We know Jats from Haryana, we know about their stories and bravado at land, but we aren't aware about their seafaring prowess, which they shared and empowered with the Arabian Gulf. And this empowerment made Arabs also one of the prominent seafarers in the Arabian Sea, but this is not the end of the story. The story goes on and it connects further that what is happening when these seafarers are getting more mobility and agility employed, right? So they are connecting Southeast Asia. They are going to Java and Cambodia, crossing the China Sea, Strait of Malacca. All of these are getting connected, and there are coastal raids. There are across the sea violence. Raids are, what would these Jats do? Would they just watch things from the Gulf because they were displaced? So they come back to their own coast, Konkan and Gujarat, and then there are raids. But they are believed to be Arab raids. No, they are these people only who were displaced and they wanted to come back, right? So these are the things we have to understand, that how do we, talk about all these untold, unknown, untapped connectivities, and this is developing further. Here the merchants are joining, the entrepreneurs are joining, and turning back to the west coast, the Chinese travelers like Yuan Sang and the Persian records talk about Hindu communities being there, practicing their own religion in Persian soils, and such evidence definitely affirm West India's earliest maritime context and the circulation of knowledge. This is very important because here the knowledge is the key where ideas sustain them. And then from these interactions emerged early navigational instruments. Now again, look at the idea of innovation, inventions, like the local Brahmins who are not crossing the sea, but they are getting this transmitted knowledge at land, and they are developing something called Machi Yantra, divine fish machine. And their knowledge of the sea culminates into a longish historical timeline of the knowledge, shipbuilding, seafaring, and lexicon exchange. You have to understand this lexicon exchange. I was telling Dr. Rawat that how we see the, say for example, Kutchi. Now Kutchi is of course very similar to Sindhi, then Baluchi, then you go to Oman, you have Khojki. So these are the lexicon exchange where the knowledge gets hybrid in nature. And hybridity is what we have to emphasize historically, because it's a maritime knowledge system, I emphasize, which is coming up, and it is giving us the surge in seafaring and seaward mobility, which link the Western Indian Ocean. And I'll just give you a very short, quick idea about the networks. It's all about the story of networks. We have the result, a complex maritime connectivity that joined. Look at the Western Indian Ocean. I'm just talking about Western Indian Ocean. Surat, Sindh, Gulf of Kutch, Bombay, Malabar Coast, Calcutta to Muscat, to Matra, to Basra, Bushehr, Bandar Abbas, Hormuz, and Astrakhan. This is Volga River and crossing the Caspian Sea also. So the Red Sea, again, Red Sea routes are different. Zanzibar, you have Mocha, you have Aden, you have Socotra, and of course Zanzibar in the sense connecting further to East African ports, Mogadishu, Dar es Salaam. Now across the Eastern and the Western Indian Ocean, from the China Sea, Arabia and East Africa, there are minor and major networks. As many networks you want to imagine the history and the maritime history which has to be explored more and more by everyone. It should be a collective effort, right? So the dominant commodities are now defining the age. This is the idea also about circulation and exchange. Now I'll talk about the three dominant commodities. I'll just mention them: ivory, pearls, and textile. They became the game changer, very, very game changer, defining commodities of this volatile age of capital creation, fortune making, and wealth seeking endeavors. So the idea of Indian maritime capitalism took its most visible shape here, and developing an organic language of business, evolving mechanism. We have ledger records, we have hundi, we have entire lexicon developed around the idea of punji and capital. So if this was the historic idea of India's maritime commercial agility, one needs no rocket science to decode its earliest representation as a global node of networks and transoceanic mobility, giving rise to maritime capitalism and global nodes. Like now you have the entry of hegemonic companies, Estado da India, the VOC, East India Company. They came and they built their imperial superstructures over the structures we already had. They captured the networks, we always just, try to undermine the idea about what is this imperial and empire building idea, empire building history. We talk about, they took our raw material and they supplied to their industrial setups and establishments. No, it's not that. You have to understand what is the idea of controlling the sea, right? This is where the Navy plays an important role. Why do we need this Navy, advanced Navy, and the cadets joining again and again to this particular exercise? Itself says that the geography and the maritime blue waters of India's oceanic world has been long throbbed with indigenous enterprise, where the mobility of its merchants, seafarers, class created a cultural geography, and with the sea was perceived as both livelihood and cosmological horizon. There are many stories. There are pilgrimage. One grand object you take for NMHSC, you will get number of stories to tell, and definitely I'll just conclude to make you realize that to revisit this maritime heritage is to rediscover how the Indian Ocean shaped India's material culture, economic philosophy, and its historical role as a commercial, as a connective civilization. May I take this ambitious word kind of in our idea of imagining the Indian Ocean as connective habitus, and India at the center of this connective habitus. So the maritime sphere of subcontinent history was its extended geography, and where the momentous of trade, technology, trust is very important, culture of faith, where the idea of India was continually reimagined in the currents of the sea. Thank you so much.
Thank you. I think we had a good lesson on how networks operated from ancient times. Now I will request Mr. Raje to give us, Raghuji Raje, from the Maritime Heritage perspectives. Yeah.
Esteemed dais, my friends, a very good afternoon. I am here to establish certain relationships between India and Oman during Maratha regime.
Can you please place the mic? Yeah, speak closer to the mic.
Am I
Yes.
audible now? Yes. See, in 1657, when Chhatrapati Shivaji Maharaj established his Maratha navy, it was not just navy for the protection of the coast, but it was for the protection of trade even. And he established his trade through the merchant ships even. During that period, one of his officers, Rauji Somnath, he sent certain merchant ships to the coast of Oman. He traded over there and he made so much of profit that again for the next voyage he was preparing another 7 ships, because he knew that the trade with the Middle East, with the Gulfs and Europe made a lot of sense and which would earn revenue for Maratha Empire. They developed new trade routes, they developed new relationships, and that relationship proves that Marathas were not only the power-seeking people, but during that time they were making new bonds and creating new relationships. Let me tell you, in 1657, when the Maratha Navy was established, just after 8 years, Chhatrapati Shivaji Maharaj attacked the port of Basrur, which is in Karnataka, and at that time, within the span of 8 years, he had built more than 85 vessels. That is quite a considerable number, taking into account, if we think 350 years back, it is quite a big number. And what is the connection between his Basrur voyage and the trade with Oman? During that time, when Rauji Somnath was preparing another vessels, his vessels were denied entry into Oman because they were making a huge profit, and the Europeans and the Arabs of that time thought it to be their sole duty or sole right to have this trade, and they didn't want a new shareholder, stakeholder in that trade. Even the Imam of Oman, he had decided to attack Marathas, but when he learned that Shivaji Maharaj has got more than 100 vessels ready at that period of time, the idea was kept back. So Marathas didn't just attack a port, but created a threat or deterrent in the Middle East even, which was the then necessity of time, because East India Company, Portuguese, Dutch, and all the Europeans were trading in India, whereas the locals, they didn't have the right to cross the sea. So there had to be an opportunity, there had to be an assurance from a centralized power, which Maratha created on the western coast. And the Indian trade was established with these ports. Even Dutch factory records, which is known as Dag Register, mentions that the western coast had a new player, which with the backing of the centralized power of Marathas was holding major trading ports on the western coast. We are aware about Kalyan, but similarly even in Rajapur, Marathas had their colony, Marathas had their establishment, and Rajapur was trading with eastern states. Rajapur was even trading with the Middle East. So not even not only Madras and all other ports of eastern coast, they were trading with Arabs even. So this gives a note that Marathas were just not the conquerors, but they were trying to make new relationships with the world. And this is the cultural exchange. This is not just the trading or military invasion, but this is the cultural exchange which made new relationships with Oman. I conclude with this. Thank you very much. Jai Hind, Jai Shivaji Maharaj.
Good. Thank you for giving us a new perspective about the Maratha naval history. I think we have now shifted from the archaeology to the historical perspectives, starting with Dr. Chaya Goswami and now Mr. Raje. I'll now request Dr. Veenu Pant to talk to us.
सम्माननीय मंच और सभी उपस्थित सज्जनों को मेरा प्रणाम. This will be a shift from history to historiography. Being the historian I am. आपो हिष्टा मयो भुवः स्थाना ऊर्जे दधातन महेरणाय चक्षसे यो वह शिवोतमो रसः तस्य भाज जयते नः उष्तिरीव मातरः. The waters are the bearers of joy and life. May they sustain us and grant us clarity of vision. This hymn from Samudra Sukt of Atharva Ved is not just a poetic expression. It serves as a knowledge statement, presenting a cosmological idea. It suggests that waters do not merely support life biologically, they also uphold life cognitively. The ocean is not just a source of nourishment, but it is a medium of insight. Clarity itself, chakshasah, the capacity to perceive, to understand, and that is Indian maritime. This matters because it challenges the long-standing civilizational misconception, the colonial Eurocentric historiography that contended that ancient India was mainly agrarian and land-centered. However, India's earliest metaphysical expressions regard ocean as the framework through which the world becomes understandable. As historian Rai Chaudhary writes, the sea in Indian thought is not an exterior limit, but the condition of world order. In other words, India did not discover the ocean. India begins from the ocean. And this orientation is not intellectual, it is deeply materialistic. 3rd millennium BC, Lothal. We do not find an impoverished riverside platform, but a very purposefully designed tidal dockyard. The dock is aligned with tidal cycles, incorporating spill channels, sluice gates, flood basins, and silt traps. This demonstrates an understanding of tidal mathematics embedded in architecture. S.R. Rao notes, the engineers of Lothal did not oppose the tide, they synchronized with it. This is not the knowledge of the people who are afraid of sea. This is the knowledge of the people who listen to the sea. From this emerges one of the most significant features of the Indian Ocean, the monsoon, where the surface wind reverses direction seasonally, and this is the only ocean where it happens. This reversal, the southwest monsoon and the northeast monsoon, is essential to all early navigation. Indian coastal navigators learn to travel outward with one wind and return with another, establishing circulation as the fundamental mode of movement. This foundation of Indian Ocean mobility, not one-way expansion, not conquest, but a cyclical return. By the early first millennium CE, that is the Common Era, we begin to see the emergence of highly sophisticated merchant guild networks. These guilds were not merely traders, they were corporate institutions, complete with seal, legal identity, arbitration mechanism, and credit instrumentation. As K.N. Chaudhary famously describes it, a commercial acumen sustained not by empire, but by trust. Trust, not territory, is the Indian Ocean's operating principle. The guilds traveled across what we now call as India, Sri Lanka, Myanmar, Malaysia, Indonesia, East Africa. Their inscriptions from Pallava ports to Srivijaya, from the insular monasteries to Chola trading grants, record port temple endowments which served both as ritual centers and commercial guarantees. At the same historical horizon, maritime Buddhism develops what scholar Himanshu Prabhare calls the oceanic monastic network. The port monasteries of Nagapattinam and Radhapuram, they are not isolated religious sites. They function as centers of knowledge exchange, translation laboratories, and diplomatic safe harbors. The Chinese monk Yizing states, the ocean is no barrier for dharma. The winds themselves carry learning. This, we all agree, is an extraordinary line. Simple, yet philosophically it conveys that monsoon is a philosophical ally, and ocean is not crossed against nature, it is traversed with it. However, perhaps in maritime vernacular practices, in songs, festivals, chants, and inherited gestures, India's deepest oceanic knowledge endures. In Odisha, as the keynote speaker, the Deputy Chief Minister had mentioned, the Boita Bandhana on Kartik Purnima, the families, they launch miniature boats while chanting, Akama boi panagua thoi, panagua tora, masaka dharma mora. While Boita, we all know, means boat, I don't know how many of us know that Akama Boi actually is the name of 4 seasons, where A is for Ashad, Ka is for Kartik, Ma is for Magshir, and Boi is for Baishakh of Hindu calendar. So first 2 months to go and next 2 months to come back. So the tide remembers who returned is the complete sentence. And this, Ranjan Patnaik notes, is a memory of departure, winds disguised as play. This rhythm preserves the precise monsoon window for the ancient culling voyages to Bali. Among the Koli fishermen of Maharashtra and Konkan coast, Narali Purnima is performed precisely when the pelagic zone stabilizes the following monsoon turbulence. How is this detected? No barometers, no satellites, wave interval spacing, turbidity color gradients, foam drift patterns, horizon haze thickness. Anthropologist Gregory Abraham states, the Koli ritual calendar is an algorithm of sea state evaluation. Science has always been present here, just not in the form the West understands or wants to acknowledge. The Tamil Nadu Kappalpattu, the boat song during launch ritual, encodes star navigation system, mentions Arundhati not as marital fidelity, but as a very finely calibrated double star used for navigation. Similarly, the Mapila sailors of Kerala, the ballads they describe reading the waves that remembers the land. It is not a metaphor. It refers to the coastal refraction swell, where wave pattern near land shifts direction based on underwater topography. Meanwhile, as Raghu Dada is expert in it, so I won't speak much about it, the stitch plank ships built without nail, James Hornell writes, such a ship is not assembled, it is woven. This is a civilizational pattern. Maritime science for India is our folk, is our tradition. It is something which we have inherited. And with this I end. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Pant, for that very fascinating historical, should I say, recounting, starting from the Vedic period and down to the Tamil sailors, the fishermen songs, Patu, that's what you mentioned. Now continuing on that, we'll now have Professor Rajan. This way. Yeah, who will now speak to us about the ports of South India. We have exactly 5 minutes, Professor Rajan, yeah?
Dignitaries on the dais, of the dais, and dear delegates. The cultural integration takes place in a situation when the mutually beneficial act of commercial, biological, and cultural exchanges sustains for a longer period of time in a given social and economic sphere of the interacting societies. In an advantageous atmosphere, the integration is so rapid in the contiguous landmass, but it is little slow in a land divided by the vast water bodies like the ocean. When one witnesses a cultural integration or influence at a far-off distance, then the cultural interaction between the distant societies not only continuous but also very strong in commercial activities. India's cultural influence in Sri Lanka and Southeast Asia and vice versa could be seen in this perspective. There is another dimension to this factor. The society that has a strong belief and pride in its cultural traditions, naturally it influences the lesser tradition. The resilient human interaction and integration within the Indian Ocean space happened along the littoral states, leading to the development of shared culture. All the ancient ports have become a point of interaction for the merchants, religious men, mariners, artisans, technicians, and the common people. Thus, trade is always considered as a human intrusion, and it acts as one of the agents of cultural exchange and change. Other than Harappan ports, the remaining ports of India mostly came into existence during the early historic period or little later. During the early historic period, the ports of entire coast of India became operational, and the Indian Ocean rim countries have become a true global community. In that way, the early historic period is one of the crucial and critical times of Indian maritime history. Beyond initial demographic expansion and subsequent migration, trade played a dominant role in carrying cultural traits to new areas of attraction beyond Indian waters. The epigraphical, numismatic, literary, and archaeological sources provide a considerable amount of information on the nature of political, economic, and commercial contacts with the different states of the contemporary world. Commercial contacts with the West were well established in the 3rd millennium BC during Harappan times. The diplomatic goodwill exchanged between the states suggests that their interest is in maintaining mutual trade benefits. The Mussoorie Papyrus implies that affluent traders encouraged small traders to carry out their business by financing them. The literary and numismatic and inscriptional evidences about the foreign settlers in Barigaza, Mussoorie, and Kaveri Pattinam advocate that merchants not only from the Roman world, but also from the Arab world, Sri Lanka and Southeast Asian made their physical presence in the Indian ports. Such transoceanic contacts led to the transfer of technology and also cultural diffusion and interactions among the seamen and also traders. The imitation of Roman artifacts reflect the cultural diffusion. The considerable numbers of multi-ethnic artifacts unearthed in several ports such as Berenike, Korori, Kana, Adulis, then Barigaza, Meos Hormuz, Sokotra Island, Hatab, Kamraj, and Musuris, Kurkai, Alakankulam, Pumbuhar, Arikemedu, Kottapatna, Kalingapatana, Tamralipti, Mantai, Tisamaharama, Klangtom, KSK, Okyo, and Guangzhou up to China, and many other ports suggest that several ethnic groups such as Greeks, Romans, Arabs, East Africans, Mesopotamians, Sri Lankans, Southeast Asians, and Indians were actively involved as a member of the Indian Ocean Rim countries. The analysis of the location of ports, coastal geomorphology, the import and export items, the language and script, inland trade routes, sea routes, traders and trade guilds, monsoon pattern, transfer of technology, political situation, and political ideas and other such maritime-related aspects would help us to understand the multi-dimensional nature of the Indian oceanic trade. Thus, the Indian Ocean is not merely an isolated cultural zone. Rather, it is one of the areas where one could witness cross-cultural encounters, interactions, and diffusions. The zone of center of gravity, the proximal points, inland trade routes connecting the ports, natural resource zones, industrial zones, monsoon pattern, geology, geomorphology of coastal zones, landscape of the potential zones, political entities of the contemporary world, trade networks, navigational techniques, shipbuilding, astronomy, language and script, the nature of maritime communities and their ethnicity, organizational challenges, financial support, financial liquidity, protection, safety and security, mutual trust, social cohesion, and many other such interrelated concepts, thoughts, and ideas are need to be studied by integrating the available data to understand real fathom of Indian ocean trade. The multifaceted, interdisciplinary studies are the only answer to understand and unravel the complexities of the Indian oceanic trade. As of today, the challenge remains unchallenged. Thank you very much.
Yeah, Dr. Rajan. Thank you so much for giving us that overview of ports and the networks between the ports. We'll now have Professor Sonamne speak to us, then followed by Commodore Kesnoya.
Namaskar. I must appreciate the Honorable Moderator, Sri Ramchandran sir, my other colleagues, speakers sitting on the dais, invited guests, and friends. I must congratulate or appreciate the spirit of the Ministry of Ports, Shipping and Waterways for celebrating on an excellent way to celebrate this Maritime Heritage Day 2025. Now, this is one of the biggest events happening here in Mumbai. Now, my earlier speakers talked about what they plan or what they think about the heritage or maritime activities and what is going to be included in the final, particularly the project which is going to happen at Lothal, the port town. I am not going to talk about what is my contribution or what is to be done here, because I am myself Dr. V.S. Sonone, retired professor of archaeology and ancient history of the Maharaja Sayajirao University, Baroda, is a regular and active member of the curation committee of National Maritime Heritage Complex, that is NMHC, right from its inception in 2019. Particularly participated in almost all the meetings online as well as on the venue of Sagarmala cell either at Lothal, Mumbai or Delhi. Professor Vasant Shinde, Chairman of Curation Committee and Chief of Museum Galleries of NMHC, and myself, because of our common interest in the Harappan studies since more than last 30 years, involved in academic interest because of our direct involvement in field-oriented studies, particularly of the Harappans and even of historical period. Got involved in this National Maritime Heritage Complex coming up at Lothal in Gujarat. As a part of it, the most important event took place in 2024 at New Delhi during the India Maritime Heritage Conclave, that is particularly on 11th and 12th December. Myself participated in panel discussion as one of the panelists on hinterland and external trade links of the Harappan civilization. Other panelists were Dr. R.S. Bist, Dr. K.N. Dikshit, Dr. Sanjay Manjul, Professor Jeevan Kharagwal, Professor K.K. Bhan, besides Professor Vasant Shinde. More than 300 participants having common interest.
Professor Sonamni, can we come to the subject, please? I mean, the crux of the subject.
No, I'm not going to talk about that. I'm just talking about what is happening in this particular.
Okay, you're just recounting what happened. Okay, yeah. Okay.
Because that has been already, I'm there in the committee right from the beginning, and what is data we have already collected. Now, what I really feel, whatever we are talking today, this could have been much earlier. So they could have incorporated all those information, and therefore I am avoiding that.
Okay, thank you.
So more than 300 scholars having common interest and involved in this project were participated in this international gathering. The entire credit goes to Professor Vasant Shinde and its grand success. If you look at the list of the curation committee members, you will appreciate the involvement and academic merit of Professor Shinde, who has included those scholars only considering their expertise to be utilized in best possible manner to update even the most recent development in the studies of maritime history from ancient times to present day. The involvement of Indian Navy and Coast Guard in this project has added advantage which otherwise we would have not find them elsewhere. Since our department is involved in Harappan studies, particularly in Saurashtra and North Gujarat, established the presence of regional indigenous Chalcolithic cultures and the role of rural settlements in the development of Harappan civilization in Gujarat. It is considered as a major research contribution to the Indian archaeology. Quite interesting data is added to understand the craft activities of the Harappans, and I am happy to know that good amount of information is being utilized in this fascinating project. I thank Ministry of Ports, Shipping and Waterways, Government of India for their financial assistance, for the meaningful support to this in the fulfillment of this national project. Credit goes to the Government of Gujarat also for the tangible development of the project, as it is going to be Gujarat's proud privilege. Finally, I salute to our Honorable Prime Minister, Sri Narendra Modi ji, for his vision to see it as his dream project. Now my only intention that Professor Sinde, who is the main person who is doing this project, he is always remained behind the curtain. Nowhere, either in 2024 or even he has not seen either on the dais or nor even chaired the session. So I just wanted to give credit to this entire project to Professor Sinde. And because of his involvement in the project, the entire is going to have a grand privilege, apart from the government support from state as well as central government. Thank you very much.
Yeah, those sentiments we heartily reciprocate, and we now request Commodore Kesnu, I think as by the winding up of this entire session, the naval perspective, I think which brings us to the modern era. So he will give us that. Yeah, thank you.
Thank you very much, Chair, and to the esteemed audience. Dr. Srivastava brought out the perils of being the opening batsman. तो usually tail hander हूँ, तो tail hander में लोग समझते हैं कि ज़्यादा टिक नहीं पाएगा, लेकिन कभी-कभी tail hander भी 5-7 मिनट बैटिंग कर लेते हैं. So I propose to stay within the time given by the moderator and make my argument about what the Indian Navy is doing and how it is contributing largely in the area of history and heritage. Now, ladies and gentlemen, if we are making the argument that Indian civilization is an enduring one and our heritage is something that is live and ongoing, then what gives this heritage and civilization organic continuity in the maritime domain? And I would like to argue that the Indian Navy does that in some way. So in some ways, or in many ways, it is the embodiment of both our great antiquity as well as combining technological modernity. So therefore, अगर मैं कहूँ सिर्फ एक सेंटेंस में कि what is the nub of my argument, I will say सिंधु सरस्वती से लेके ऑपरेशन सिंदूर तक. You know, so that largely is how you would incorporate or you would think of India's maritime journey. Now let me make, why am I emphasizing this? You know, when the Ministry of Ports and Shipping brought out its advertisement or information booklet about India's great maritime events of the past, it mentioned the Cholas, it mentioned the Lothal, the Harappan civilization, Cholas, it mentioned Marathas, it mentioned loyalty. But after 1947, there is no mention of the Indian Navy in Goa 61, no mention of Indian Navy in 1971. तो ऐसा लगता है कि 1947 के बाद हमारे एक जो मैरीटाइम पास था, now it suddenly become divided into Indian Navy on one side and the rest of the Indian maritime realm on the other side. I would like to argue that that's a very artificial distinction, because the same Walchand Hirachand who was responsible for SS Loyalty was also the person who set up the Hindustan shipyard in Vishakhapatnam, which almost made India's first indigenous ship. It made Jalusha, of course, it made India's first naval craft, the Dhruvat, and makes several modern ships today. The Dufferin, which was set up to train merchant navy officers, gave us some of the finest Indian Navy admirals. You know, so the organic links between the merchant marine and the Indian Navy in our country is so strong, and it continues even with the Lothal Maritime Heritage Complex. So why then do we not try and see what the Indian Navy brings into the fray? So what are some of the things that we build in? As both Raghoji sir and Chaya brought out, Dr. Chaya, in ancient times flag and trade went together. That means whether it was the Cholas, whether it was the Kalingas, whether it was the Marathas, prosperity of commerce and trade went along with military maritime security. They were always together, and that part is ensured today by the Indian Navy. So when we talk of national prosperity that is undergirded by maritime security, which is provided by the Indian Navy. Now, where does it link into your heritage? It links into the heritage in this way, that even as we are doing this, we recognize our past in many ways. Take the Navy's motto, for example, Shamno Varuna, taken from the Upanishads, may the ocean god be auspicious unto us, or more recent examples. I don't know if many in this audience are aware that it was the revolt or the uprising by the naval sailors in February 1946 in this city of Mumbai that is often called as the last war of independence. It was the one that gave the final decisive push to the British. February 1946, there is a small memorial that the Indian Navy has set up in Cooperage, and I would request all of you to visit that. It's not too far off. Indian Navy sailors' act of defiance against the British. After independence, when India was still waking up to recognize the greatness of Sarkhel Kanoji Angre, we named our first establishment as INS Angre. Thereafter, continuously, there is a INS Tanaji close by. There is a INS Shivaji in Lonavala. There was INS Sindhudurg. There was INS Vijayadurg. There is Konkan. There is Malvan. There is INS Netaji Subhash. There is INS Sardar Patel. So in this way and in this manner, I am not talking of intellectual bodies like Maritime History Society, which contribute to the Lothal Maritime Heritage Complex, but several different ways in which we plug into the national heritage effort. What else? Since time is short, I am not going to go all over. I'll just give you one or two examples. One of the good things that our great maritime icons of the past was good at is, as was brought out, nautical knowledge and shipbuilding. The Cholas built their ships, the Marathas built a ship. As Raghoji brought out, by the time Basrur happened, you had 80 ships by the Chhatrapati. So what is Indian Navy doing today? It is doing utmost in one of the niche technologies. We are building ships of our own. We are designing these ships in India. So ladies and gentlemen, today when we build indigenous aircraft carrier, okay, the INS Vikrant, जिसका type in है इधर, या the nuclear submarine INS Arihant, we have conquered the holy grail of shipbuilding. इसीलिए जब recently प्रधानमंत्री ने कहा, ऑनरेबल प्रधानमंत्री, शिप्स हो या चिप्स हो इंडिया में बनना चाहिए, भाई नेवी के तरफ से शिप्स तो बन रहे हैं, अब चिप्स is for the others to take part. Therefore, ladies and gentlemen, my point is history and heritage can become living only if you are a strong power. Soft power without hard power becomes flaccid. A country that can combine hard power and soft power becomes, as they say, a smart power. When we showcase in the Maritime Heritage Complex at Lothal, and Professor Shinde has been its great bulwark and pioneer, okay, he has been conscious. Among the earliest things he did was visit the naval museums all over. I will make my final point with this, since the great Chhatrapati has been invoked. He is reported to have said many centuries ago, ज्याचा दर्या त्याचा वैभव, ज्याचा आरमार त्याचा समुद्र. He who has a navy, the sea belongs to him. Or the other phrase, jalameva yasya balameva tasya, he that is powerful on the seas is all powerful. So the Indian Navy of today, I would present to you, represents the values and virtues of both India of hoary antiquity and India of technological modernity, and tries to build the bridge and close the gap that enables history and heritage to be a very living, breathing, organic construct. Thank you very much. As they would say, Samudra Bharat hi Samruddha Bharat hai. Jai Hind, Shamno Varan.
Thank you, Commodore Kesnu. That was an excellent end to this panel discussion, where I think he put together all these strands very effectively. Sindhu Saraswati se Sindur. I like that. That was a good phrase. And anyway, it's not for nothing that the merchant navy is called the merchant navy. The point that merchants and the military went together, I think is a very important point, because the Cholas did that. The Cholas expeditions, many say, were actually more about sales, trade, more about sale of goods and trade than about military expeditions, because the Manigramams, many of the guilds, merchant guilds needed protection, and that's where the role of the Chora Navy came in. So I think it's a very important point that we need to marry heritage, history, and of course hard power, soft and hard power. And I think that is some thought that we must take away from this session. We've had archaeologists speak about the importance of deep sea archaeology or shore archaeology on the shores. And then we've had people talk about the ports. We had people talk about different evidences from our scriptures and literature about naval expeditions and so on. And then of course we have a direct descendant from the Angre family talk to us about the Maratha naval power. And I think this session, the key takeaways, if I would call them that, are that one, like we just heard, is that the merchant navy is very important, and that heritage and hard power go together, and that as Indians, all of us must become aware of this heritage, as well as work towards making our country a very, very important naval power in the decades to come. And there, the role of this ministry, the role of shipbuilding, all that has also been explained. And I'm sure all our young cadets and many of the experts here will appreciate these sentiments. So let's give our panelists a very big hand, please. Thank you very much. And now we'll close this session.
Yes, as we draw towards the close of this session, could I request Shri Mukesh Mangal, Joint Secretary, National Maritime Heritage Complex, Ministry of Ports, Shipping and Waterways, Government of India, to kindly present mementos to all our expert speakers, beginning with Dr. Y.S. Rawat, Director General, Archaeological Survey of India. Dr. A.S. Gaur, Maritime Archaeologist, ex-CSIR, National Institute of Oceanography. Dr. Chaya Goswami, Head and Associate Professor, Center for Indian Ocean and Transoceanic Studies, Somaya School of Civilizational Studies, Somaya Vidyavihar University, Mumbai. Raghuji Rajiangre, Maritime Heritage Expert. Dr. Prashant Srivastava, Scientist G, Ministry of Earth Sciences. Dr. Veenu Pant, Professor, Department of History, Sikkim University, India. Dr. K. Rajan, Professor, Department of History, Pondicherry University, India. Professor V.H. Sunamani, Retired Professor, Department of Archaeology and Ancient History, Faculty of Arts, the Maharaja Sayajirao University of Vadodara, India. And Commodore Dr. Shrikant Kesnoor, VSM, Retired Indian Navy. And to express profound gratitude towards the moderator, Shri T.K. Ramachandran, former Secretary, Ministry of Ports, Shipping and Waterways, Government of India, requesting you to please accept this memento as a token of appreciation. So with that, ladies and gentlemen, we conclude this session on India's maritime connections. The next session will begin at 3 o'clock. You have to note the change of venue. So the next session, which begins at 3, will be in hall number 4. It is also called the Media Briefing Room. So this will be the Media Briefing Room in hall 4. Please note, all the attendees, kindly note, we reassemble a little before 3 in hall number 4, Media Briefing Room, for the next session, and the topic will be Shared Civilizations and Legacy. Thank you, everybody. See you at 3, hall 4, Media Briefing Room.